Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank people who are subscribed to the channel. We're up to 760 right now. I've been fighting almost 2 months to get that up there. So let's do mic test. How am I sounding right now? Can I be heard over the music? Alright. Can I still be heard over the music? Okay, good. Now, let's recap what happened last week. You remember what happened? Something about the killer. Let's see. We had a trial. Adrian Andrew was on the witness stand. We pinned her to the crime. She's still going to be charged for tampering with the crime scene. She had the card in her hand, which we discovered that it was Shelley the Killer's card. After the investigation, we went and visited Franziska von Karma, who wasn't really pleased about our visitation. We even gave her roses for it, too. Oh well. Guess Phoenix Wright does have a heart. Anyways. Oh, I was also sick last week, so I probably sounded terrible. I'm still feeling a little congested, but it has nothing to do with the cold. It's just part of my asthma. Let's see what else happened. We investigated more of the Juan Corrida's hotel room. We found, we ended up talking to the killer after we had to go and answer a request by our client to go feed Shu, and we didn't need to feed Shu because their butler did it. Butler looked kind of strange. So when we investigated Corrida's, we had a talk with the killer on the walkie or the radio. Transmitter, or whatever you want to call it. And then our communication had separated because there was some magnetic interference. So we talked to Gumshoe and figured it out that it was a an electromagnetic interference. So we ended up using a bug sweeper to figure out where it is. So we ended up finding a camera and a transmitter, which Gumshoe took and tried to figure out where those came from, which we're finding out from Edgeworth that is a dead end. Of course, the internet decided to go kablooey on us, and you guys missed Edgeworth being in there, who actually was talking to Pearl about the bear to see if she knew anything about the bear, and she didn't. Well, we learned that the bear was imported, I think he said from Germany. So we're going to figure out, the bear's Who purchased the bear? So that should factuality be the end. So that's where we're at. It's hard to describe all that, right? All right, so back for more. Farewell, my turnabout. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. So the real question, the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was that assassin, Mr. Shelly the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the killer? Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Ms. Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Matt Engard himself? If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first asked him, talked with him... Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone. And that includes Juan Corrida, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at the time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something about Ms. Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearl? Juan had bet everything on the Gem and Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyways. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Engard's secret? What is the secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's talk about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which which means we have to meet with Mr. Guard. There's no way around it. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 o'clock p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Corita held about Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours over the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Hey, wait! What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason, and I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so... Edgyward? And he said, if you feel angry, direct your anger at the unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger toward you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandal meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean the thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corita. I'll let you in on another secret, young'um. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. That nerve of some people. Are you sure about that? Spying on people by herself? As if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything. So, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh? I tell you, Juan really welcomed the manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste's impact. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Corita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session. But 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazine. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. Oh. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. On that night, there must have been at least 100 people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Guard's lawyer, right? Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. Decisive witness? You mean for the Engard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is the witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnappers, the man, and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them so they know. Go on. Go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such great news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. March 22nd, Detention Center Visitors Room. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Well, obviously, we're going to listen to Matt Engard first. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me out of here tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edwards just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Ms. Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had it in his hands, a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career if it had been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? $5 lots. I knew that was coming. Did you know that was coming, Di? Huh? I'm pretty sure by now you knew these were coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Oh, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Sandra. She had a purpose in mind when she started saying Mr. Corita. Her mentor was Mr. Corita's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Celeste's impact suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly got hungry. You up for pizza? My treat. Di, you want some pizza? Looks like Matt and Gard is doing the ordering. Mr. Nick, what is pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? Got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Who's gonna deliver pizza at 9 p.m. anyways? Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? No, this is the only topic I want to talk about. Mr. Engard, you are connected to Miss Impact suicide in some way. Okie dokie. So, we're gonna go back. That is not what I want. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Di, who do you think this is? Take a guess. I'll let you try to guess. Anyone that the game is keeping a secret to us. Who do you think it is? I'll give you a hint. He kind of looks like the Courage the Cowardly Lion. I think you know who it is. Mr. Powers. What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? No, I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the detective witness, Mr. Powers? I was walking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. Whoa! But all of a sudden, you there. You're under arrest. I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. That is, what do we call that? Defamation? Being arrested for defamation? That's a crime in itself. Like his face looking suspicious? I don't think his face looks suspicious. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So, about this testimony you're giving. What are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. That is bad if you're called in for a witness and you have no idea what you're going to be talking about. Well played, writers. Well played. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said. What do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Ixnay. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick. Mr. Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Oh, see, Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He always says, it's just a game, to justify himself. How horrible! That's unforgivable! Ow! Sorry! Didn't mean to offend you! Goddamn pearls! I'm gonna call Satoru Iwata. Oh no, wait, I can't call him. He's dead. I'm gonna call Sakurai and tell him to get you into Smash so we can get that pearl slap patent in Smash. And then your double slap and your triple slap. But you know, you said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who won't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Ignorant Andrews. Why is Mr. Power suddenly looking kind of energetic? Oh, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have their dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you know? But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so, did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impact? We heard about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about the mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Is this charged up? So charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. He's a Raichu. I can't say Pikachu because, well, maybe I could say Pikachu because he's got a little yellow and orange going on. But that brown hair is more Raichu-ish, I guess. Oh, hey, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Hey, so, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked about a few of her friends. And she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Okay. So first we're going to go back to the detention center and we're going to talk to Miss Andrews. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? We're going to talk to Adrian Andrews first. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impact. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all coming back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumors that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. A suicide note, huh? I wonder what it is. What it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. She could have just told the police. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you just say something now? A psych lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. And that's it for now. We're gonna go here. March 22nd, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Alright, so we are going to begin our last piece of evidence here. Mr. Nick, your phone! I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important. Hello? We got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Hey, wait a second. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. I got here faster than I thought. He's still on the phone. Die, he's still on the phone. Anybody who actually first played this might have thought, is that a glitch? No, Gumshoe is still on the phone. He forgot to hang it up. Hey. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought the spy camera. Eh? This quickly? And this bear is what gave them away, pal. Oh, the bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured Earl? And go on. There's only one person who bought one of these bears who is related to this case. Well, who is that? Who could be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Mountain guard. Huh? Mountain guard, your client. That's your bell. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. And you sure you heard right. The person who bought this bear was ordered from the department store called Bell. This is your credit card received from that purchase. It's for $3,800, Bell. That's an exact match to the price of the stuffed bear. That's all you have? No, it's just the receipt, pal. Store clerk said so himself. He told me. I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Credit card receipt added to the court record. So what about the spy camera we found? Oh, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refiled into the court record. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carreta's room was Matt Engard. Why would Mr. Engard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carreta in one of their rendezvous. No. No, we know the reason. But, I won't say anything about the reason. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him, Mr. Engard, I mean? Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. I'm scared myself. I have to put on a good face for pearls. Matt Engard, what in the world have you done? Okay. So, guess where we're going? We're going back to the detention center. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know the ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Are you ready, Die?
Take that!
We're doing 5 locks. It's the first time I believe you've done 5 locks. Are you ready? We're going to break Psyche locks. Are you ready to break them? Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Carreta had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Carreta, especially on that night. So there are 2 things that we can present for this one. And it should already be fresh in your memory. The bear is not one of them yet. We'll hold off on the bear. But there are two other things that we can use. But you're pretty close to the bear. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room that night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? Now you can answer this question. The spy camera was hidden in the bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess one had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corrida was... Mr. Guard, do you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. This is a funny conversation. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's the proof it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Alright. What do you think it is? R-E-C-E-I-P-T. Is that what you meant? I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Guard. Alright, well, I'll tell you right now, this one says recite, R-E-C-I-T-E. Receipt is a complicated spelling, which is one of the weirdest words in our dictionary right now, because it has a silent P into it. R-E-C-E-I-P-T. Why we have silent letters in words, I don't know, because our English language right now is the most confusing thing ever. You just ask anybody who is trying to learn our language, they're going to say, what the hell is with this silent P? It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? This $38,000, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for brushes. First of all, ivory is not good for your teeth, and there's not enough hair on an elephant to even make bristles. Must be bootlegged. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? No. They use what they have now on toothbrushes. I can't remember the material that's on there, but it is a synthetic material. Anyway, store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So, can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid that camera in Mr. Corrida's room and film it in secret is... This one, I could have skipped this section if I had presented the picture card on the previous one. But this is the intended way. So there are two different pieces of evidence that you can use. Well, it's a piece of evidence and a profile you can use. No, we're a little late using the card right now. When they ask for the proof where they talk about the credit card receipt and stuff, we could have presented the picture card instead, which would have skipped this step here. But we'll revisit this later. We'll revisit it, okay? Don't worry about it. We'll revisit it. J-U-A-N. Well, that's part of it. So, we already know Juan is going to be involved, but there's a reason for it. Why would we spy on Juan Corrida? Okay? So, this is a big topic right here. And this is why I say we could use two pieces of evidence. Does that make sense? Adrian Andrews? There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrew and Mr. Corita were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Corita, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude. That kind of scandal? That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Now when I think of that juicy, it says there are some things that should be illegal, like you're overweight and you wearing a shirt that says juicy. You ain't juicy! Jeff Foxworthy joke. Look, we can get publicly without paying a penny with this kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corita because of Miss Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Corita's room was... What do you think it is, Di? Nope. Nope. Wouldn't be the report at all. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man named is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. That was already a lie right there. Well, why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? What's that? I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Man and Guard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... Very simple answer. Very simple answer. Since you're the one who set up the camera, then that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Madden Guard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought it. Anyway, Mr. Guard, you really did hire. Hold on. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now. Mr. Lawyer, dude. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Madden Guard. We'll be hearing this music again. Well done, Mr. Lawyer. But it wasn't easy gathering as much information as you have. Really. So you are Shelly the Killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me? I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juana's dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the camera? A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like the pathetic Adrian. You know about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in at least all assassins. What? Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. A superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? $0. And that's why, yes, that's where the video comes in. Got his face and the crime scene recorded on it. Preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough for an answer for you, little girl? Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of that press conference, isn't it? Mr. Corrida had been able to give it the Mr. and Guard secret would have. Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no intention in doing it, really. But bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead? Let me tell you something. Not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. An assassin too. Oh. And how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone. All working their butts off for me. Adding guard. Ah. Did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida. You answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking catnip in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. Ha 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 ha. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Grrr. Ah, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Ah, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours robbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, liar, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. March 22nd, Police Station. Criminal Affairs Department. All right. What are you gonna do? Do you plan on changing your strategy? No! We can't do that! That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Mr. Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find that answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Madden guard, that man is really, doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? Well, what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't it exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my client to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get in guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person close to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human. You and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done. Wouldn't you say? You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francesca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict. For a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francesca? She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What are you? Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record are meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. If you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Well, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ingard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations. It is a part of an assassin's creed. Duty. An assassin's duty? Sure, unlucky this time, my client arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and assure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it that she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Missing Maya! Missing Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Hmm? Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission. Huh? Oh, that sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be! That cat! Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police unit head for Engardi's mansion immediately. Alright. You hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearl. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. March 22nd, in Guard Mansion living room. Maya! Please answer us, Missing Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler. All this time he was the killer. He and Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there's a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Figurine added to the court record. A bear? Is that more of a thing for Mr. Clarita? Why would something like this be here? Right. Look down. There's a little cut door installed here. Ah, I'm sure there's the shoe. Do you think that's this? Into that little door. This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Father, come with us. You got that shell on. We need to break this door down. Let's work together. There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Engar's private lawn. Look at this, right? Antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll be the moment the crime was committed, recorded on it. Sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. Now, there's no mistaking that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Mr. Engar's computer. Fire. Why couldn't you have used it to get out? Because she didn't know the password, that's why! Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. It's a VCR and antenna. The footage the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would have helped. It's been really helpful. Yeah, it says saddle disc. Digital broadcast. Didn't really do it for you. Big door. Sure, Maya used this door to shove this out of here. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Alright. We've searched all over. But it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl's looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Looks like a picture of Miss Impact. With love, Celeste. Miss Impact, you mean? Yes, Mr. Creator's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impact be in here in Mr. Engar's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Celeste photo added to the court record. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Oh, what's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's missing Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get a guarded guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine. So you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Shirley, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless monk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Missing Maya! Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Nothing. We searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he deluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But still one last thing. What is that? Miss Andrews' Cyclops. I could just find out what secret she's holding. And I think I can stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. Let you know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock. March 22nd, detention center. Visitor's room. Good evening, Mr. Wright. Oh, what's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews. I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Take that!
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear you, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge on Matt? And that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. So we have a couple of things that we could present. We have a piece of evidence and a profile picture that we can present. No, we can't use the picture yet. At least not yet. It's kind of close. You're kind of close. Got another guess? No, not the bear. Because at this point, we're not even sure if she knows anything about the bear. So we can't really use the bear. Because there isn't really a connection between her and the bear at this point. No, not. Actually, it would be. Whoops, wrong document. Because it says There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Something or someone. So we have to think in that direction. So this report here is a something, and it mentions someone from her past.
Take that!
Celeste? There's only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard would mean that you must have had some relation to Miss Impact and her suicide. Can you explain to me the relation between Celeste and Matt? Now we can try to piece this up. What would piece these two together? This is the photo of Miss Impacts, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. What? With love. Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes. But I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Corrida didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes. Because of Matt. Because of Mr. Guard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste, is written on the frame of the picture. They were a couple, weren't they? Wasn't something as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with, till she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Celeste's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. That is where she met Juan. She was really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planned to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On that night, Juan called their marriage off. Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Korea have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. But and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. In fact, it wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt. She chose to die. And when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of the suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out all this, but I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're kind of a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. When I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on each other after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. And when I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public, I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But couldn't find the suicide note. That's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with the knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyways. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation. Or with what I know now. Okay. Okay. So, questions, thoughts, criticisms. It was kind of revealing that the stitches going down his face, you kind of knew he was an assassin. Capcom didn't really hide that point because he was first the hotel butler. He portrayed as the hotel butler. Then he portrayed as Matt's butler. So but the first thing when you first play this, you didn't really know his name, which at that point it probably didn't matter if you knew his name or not. You just knew that he was not a man that you can trust. So yeah, I get that. The second thing is, did you have any suspicions on your client? That is the next question. Did you have any suspicions on your client? So, how do you think this trial is going to go out? How do you think this trial is going to go out? I want to hear some of your thoughts. Um, Actually, it can. I'll be honest with you. This game does not have a well-determined ending. Okay? If you know what that means. This game does not determine a distinct ending. So pretty much, if you do everything correctly to the last chapter of the episode, and you fail, then you do have one ending. Right there, Ancient One. If you go through this game and you do everything correctly to get a verdict, then you have another ending. So essentially, this game has two endings. Matt and Gard has already offered us pizza earlier. To think, we were actually offered pizza from a killer. Although Di didn't want to trust the pizza from the killer. Am I right, Di? Although, sadly enough, Matt couldn't order the pizza because the pizza parlors were closed. All right. I'm going to quickly BRB before we get into the trial. We have two parts. We may hang out over midnight, so be prepared. Yes, you can think of the song from The Lion King too when I say that. All right, tomorrow I'm going to be doing some PFL news, and I'm going to do practice. All right. Time for the trial. Uh-oh. Remember this music? How'd I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I can't allow you to go on like this. Well, I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, someplace some time ago. As if this day was written in my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're going to prove me not guilty today, right? Ha 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 ha. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Grrr. Now listen up. You'd better get in guarded guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep slime ball and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix. Mia. Oh, Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. Don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Yeah, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. This saying is going to be continued on throughout the entire series. Let's not forget it. But we can't give up. There's still hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here. Not anymore. Oh, it's that and guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. God, Gojo, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing that killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're going to give up. We're not going to give up. Yeah, we're going to give up. We're not going to give up. Gumshoe, are you going to give up or not? No! Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get and guard that guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they find Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make this trial last longer. But to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? Yes, something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Die! Can you do me a favor? take a screenshot of this stream, and I want you to send it to Tara. Okay? Tara knows exactly what to do with it. Okay, thank you. Come on, cooperate with me. Alright, I don't know what it was. I gotta fix it later. Alright, yeah. Looks like we're going to end. Will it take some of the other boxes that are there too?
Yes.
Okay. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. March 23rd, 10 o'clock a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Manning Guard. God damn, can I get over this cold or what? I should be wearing a mask. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. And do please wear a mask. I don't want to get sick. You won't even have a prosecutor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Adrian Andrews' role in the murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceeding. Adrian Andrews, he forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. Majority of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? I am not finished, Your Honor. Put your mask back on and listen. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual crime, murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is this? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? God bless you, Your Honor. Yes. Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Maddengard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it is because It would be commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution would like to call the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation. Why does alcohol come from your breath? Okay. I'm Will Powers and I'm slightly drunk. Sorry. I'm a poor underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant and why are you drunk? Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lovely mentor to him in a way, yeah, and I'm drunk because your head detective gave me some corn whiskey. Oh, Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. And why did the head detective give you corn whiskey? Sorry, well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy, and that corn whiskey tasted pretty good. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I was. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about what you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. Visit to Matt's room. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can you smell it, Phoenix? But for us, to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in and head first, right? Alright, let's see. Uh-oh. This one's going to be a little confusing for you, Di. This testimony, we are not going to be pressing in order. I will tell you right now. Because if we press in order, we are literally going to ruin this testimony. No, we do not press in order for this testimony. If we press in order, we're going to ruin this testimony. So do you want me to help you with this one? Okay. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Oh, not more than a minute or two, I think. At first? What do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. See what I'm talking about? If you had to press this statement before the fourth one, you wouldn't get this response. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you just stated, you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Okay, now you can continue from here. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Oh, well, you see, that's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typically fair for people, I think, like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy, the witness saw? Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer? He is a person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw the bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. The second time. This time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? Oh, but I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if the bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because he laid an egg on the other side. This is no laughing matter. Okie dokie, you ready, die? No, no, this is not similar to the other one. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how can you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. Eek! So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did this bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was one's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging things he's going to say next. Oh, well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? Bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart. And he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a little bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... No, we don't want to let it slide. We don't want to let this information slide. We seriously don't want to let this one slide. This is information we want. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw the bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Alright. Well, we got a news statement, so we better go to the news statement. Oh, sorry about that, Di. In any case, if the bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know. Yes, but you can't give it in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. I did not mean to do that. Alright. Well, anyways. I didn't mean to do that for you, Di. But, we're back to this statement anyways. So this piece of testimony will allow you to use two different evidence. You have to figure out why he was empty-handed. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So? A baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Unfortunately, that point don't work, Phoenix, because all the baseballs look the same. He doesn't look the same. He's got stitches going down his face. Unfortunately, this monitor is not picking up every color. Neither is YouTube. So, if you look at the your YouTube here, the monitor I'm looking at is kind of has a little of a green background to it, which is supposed to be the blue that you see, but not that blue. And there's supposed to be some darker blue up towards the top, and neither one of my laptop or this monitor captures any of that. The television captures all of it. If you got a monitor that can actually capture that dark up towards the top going across, let me know. And what color does it look like to you? Does it look like a green color or a very bright blue color? Because it's supposed to be like a aqua seafoam color. Not the greeny seafoam, more aqua-ish. Yeah, I didn't even notice that it's missing some of those colors. That monitor like this monitor is. That monitor is correct. That's the way that's supposed to look like. Guy, what color does the background look to you? Light blue. When you go and look, follow the lines up at the very top of the screen, the dark blue. Do you see any darkness there? You see darkness there. You have a really good monitor if you can see a little bit of darkness going across. It goes from a very dark at the very top, and then it lightens going all the way down. But it's supposed to be after you get down further from the light blue, the rest of it's supposed to be an aqua color. So you may see the dark blue lines going across, but all that in that area, right to the peak of the where his hair bends, it's all dark. Does it show up on your monitor, Andy? Okay, because that's the way that's supposed to look like. Let me see what your monitor looks like. We'll continue. Gulp. Well, that's also, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. We could have also used crime scene photo. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Carita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Carita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Carita was already dead at the time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this road. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hand. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So, what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? A football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Gulp. But then, that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Rick Harrison, help me. I seen you with black leather gloves on your show. What do I say? It seems that we had finally come to an understanding that Pawn Stars is not real. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Pawn Stars is not real. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. God damn it, my bladder was about to burst. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. But then, let's get straight, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us few more details. Okay. I should probably ask him. Only one. at a time. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Oh, actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Ngard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Ngard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing. Alright, I want to go back one statement. Yes. I said, hold it. I'm holding for the second time already. That's better. For the second time. What kind of a statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay, for the second time. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. So pretty much, while we're back here, we just asked the other question. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the crime scene. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes. It was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Let's see. I think it was. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. Alright, so that statement already gave you a hint. Statue? Yeah, kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember it, you know. Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Where did the bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at the time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will come clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. Alright, now we're back to this statement. Alright, remember what he said in that statement and tell me what piece of evidence to present. Well, it's a wooden statue, so a guitar case is not really a statue. And they're talking about a small wooden statue. A guitar isn't exactly small either. What are we looking at on this page? You're looking for something that looks like a small wooden statue. Nothing in there about a wooden statue. This is crime scene photo. There's no wooden statue here. Do you remember seeing a small wooden statue? No. Something in here is wooden.
Objection!
What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something, please say. Please, spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Hey, that's it. That's the something. Well, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Vanguard's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Carina in his room. And then he stole the wooden bear from the scene of the crime. And bear being found at Mr. Vanguard's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Vanguard is the killer's client. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, wait a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! Well, what is it, Mr. Power? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Yes, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm? It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear. The arm looks very robotic. Hold on a sec. Oh. He does have a robotic arm. Never mind. You gotta be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Power? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order. Looks like you dug your own grave yet again. How many times is this today? I've lost count. I'm fixing to have my own graveyard. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Madden Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all clear. What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry! No, I will bring this cross-examination. Your Honor. Again, Mr. Wright. We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. About time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. I got another grave I gotta dig, you know? I'm trying to make this graveyard. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is a very questionable... The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Engar's mansion. However, Mr. Engar was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, He has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engard who took this bear to the mansion. Oh, why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew.
Objection!
You haven't gotten to the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time he was the killer. The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Engard's mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Mr. Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad, the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can take at all? Oh man, how many graves have I dug so far? This graveyard's getting big. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objection, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? I will know. There is only one way for me to drag this out. The only thing I have left is that one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Engard's mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Well, we're going to go profile, so... Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt and Guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Oh! Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well have been Miss Andrews. What about Mr. Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. And finding this figure at Mr. Guard's mansion. It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support this. However, I can't fully discount this possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell that Engar did it. I can't believe the defense would go as far as to pin a kill on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder for all. Say, Maya, even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game? Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal put this little wound there? He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to Engar's right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. Hello, Goku. Welcome to the stream. We are going to be finishing this game today, so be prepared for the stream to hang over midnight. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? Quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought, in your desperation, you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls. Oh, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. I thought you were going to space for a second. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? Still don't know anything, but... What? We don't have any more time. just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hopes for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few more minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called to me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Oh, okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on the map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And I can see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so? I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia! Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Alright. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. But why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, this witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secret? Alright. Why? Why does she? The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. We're going to have to press every single statement. This is one of them. We have to press every single statement. So, there's not much on your part for this one. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. What kind of puzzle is it exactly? So you can take it apart? And how would one go doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. Oh boy, it is a new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this is a present from you? That's right. It's a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Goodness, let's continue with your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only 2 of us, Juan and myself. It's a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get what was inside. Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container of jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the 2 of us knew. 2 of you, huh? But of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get out for now. Figurine updated into the court record. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. The bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes? So, you are the only one who can open this. Please. There is a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All our eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what this is. Do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. A suicide note? A suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celeste Impact. Till now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself. It seems Celeste Impact had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note that she left right before she committed the suicide, is it? Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on that note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. No, then I believe it is appropriate for the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could, please read the content of the note aloud. Very well. Judge's voice rang loud and clear, though the deathly silent clear through the deathly silent courtroom. There was a spelling error. In her note, Celeste Impact left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Ed and Guard. Yes, words. About being engaged to Carita and Guard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impact's had to say. There's one thing I would like to say. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. Man Guard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he's had to stop this note from being made public at any cost. Celeste's suicide note added to the court record. It's Guard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. The only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy for anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Well, with 100 graves I dug, I'll just jump in one of those. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. No, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix, hurry. The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? Think about this long and hard, Di. What don't we know? Which one of those pieces of evidences do we not know about?
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt and Guard killed in order to obtain this note. I think Your Honor believes that Matt and Guard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Creed until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt and Guard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Man and guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Carrito, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Madden Guard. Order! Order! Oh. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You. Don't tell me you knew about your client spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you were confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch and used this. Don't use bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Madam Guard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What was I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Just stop looking at him. The way he's playing is just cute, man. Next, just see. Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What I'm going to do next is running away like a frightened child bird. I know it seems like Mr. Edwards is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further questions, do you? What is the piece of evidence that Maya is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I have ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you forgot one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. And what do you think is that piece of evidence, Di? No, we don't have. Well, this is not a picture. Remember, this is a promotional poster, and this is a guide map. So we don't need to investigate either one of those. But we have to focus on two pieces of evidence that we were just received. We can't focus on anything else that's in our evidence. So we only can focus on the two pieces of evidence that we were given. Well, let's see. We already know it's a puzzle. Adrian Andrews already tore the puzzle apart. We found a little tiny box that has the note. What more do you want to know about the bear? We already know who bought it. Adrian Andrews bought it. What more do you want to know about the bear? That is missing pet suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago, which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impact or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Oh, Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Wingard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminating accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness testimony concerning the figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Maddengard. I did no such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce the suicide note as a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edwards, you were the one who presented this scrap piece of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edwards, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? As the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again, we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry the trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis is my butt. The lawyer is trying to buy more time. Engard is guilty. Look at an idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. guilty, 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 guilty. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe. What is with that? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way I could make it all to you. I really do. Anyways, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, 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 guilty. You hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceeding. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch!
Take that!
Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceeding until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on the piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain a result in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for tomorrow and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. Court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report. This is Mr. Edgeworth. We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. What do you think? Did we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way here. Really? That's odd. Any ideas like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get into too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk in the car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm putting out all the stops and running every red light. I don't by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end them. Hey, what's wrong, detective? Answer me. No one can stop me. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? What do you think, Ty? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Who do you think it is, Ty? Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. The chances are not slim. She's got a freaking chip on his jacket connected to a homing device. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone anymore. Ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. Verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They say it's extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what what it is you must do. Okay. Questions, concerns, criticisms, opinions? You feel like you're a prosecutor instead of a defense attorney? Well, let's see. We're in a situation where we're basically dead weight in the courtroom. And we're basically just waiting out the trial. That's it. We're basically waiting out the trial. And we can't go any further until we get evidence. In order to get evidence, we need someone to bring the evidence. So, Edward said he got a phone call. What do you think that phone call is for? Edgeworth thinks it's for the handwriting analysis. He's not sure. But that is a possibility. The other possibility, it could be what else? Not sure. Well, we'll find out. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense is acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is, it's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edward, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edwards? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Order, 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 Mr. Edwards. Would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matched that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, it looks like that Miss Impact never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about it in guard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. It does sound very plausible. This theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. I'm gonna be very honest with you. If you back down, you're gonna be in trouble. If you back down, the judge is going to penalize you for it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. And if everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake. Well, you have three different pieces of evidence that you can present for this one, but you can only pick one out of the three. And think about it. Yeah, Looney's online. I'm actually using Tara's account for this one. So, think about how he would have known, what he used to figure it out. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. When I was a kid, we didn't even have the internet or the Atari 2600. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard could have known that the victim had forged this note. Ugh! So then the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake? And if that's true, then the situation is suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ngar's motives for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared in thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ngar monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ngar didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order, 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 Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured, my graveyard is just as big as Phoenix Wright's. Huh? As you figured, your graveyard is as big as Phoenix Wright. What do you mean by that? As I figured, it came down to this after all. I was needing a bigger graveyard. Mr. Edward, you're not making any sense. What are you talking about making your own graveyard? When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ngar's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at the time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the questions of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the killer. Oh, Mr. the killer. Wait! Shelley the killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, he's coming here to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is very unusual circumstances, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objection, Your Honor. I wonder if it's really is the right to do this. Very well then. The prosecution called its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no way left to us? Is there no other way left to us? Why doesn't that sound right? Is there no other way left to us? Is there no other way left to us? Why doesn't that sound right? Why doesn't that sound right? Is there no other way left to us? Is that supposed to be, is there no other way left for us?
No, that is correct grammar.
That doesn't sound right.
It may not sound right, but it is correct grammar.
Well, we'll figure it out. Unfortunately, it says it's not. I'm doing a grammar check, and it says it's improper grammar. They say 2 is incorrect. Yeah, well, that wasn't exactly funny. But I did a grammar check, and it says it's incorrect grammar. So, Capcom, come and create a patch, upgrade the grammar, and fix this. No, then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Di, are you ready? Are you ready to see this witness? You sure you want to see this witness? You really sure you want to see this witness? I'm going to tell you right now, strap yourself to your seat immediately. Hook your hands to the arm of your chair. You already know it already? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about this? Okay. Very good, sir. I don't think that's what you were expecting. You didn't expect a two-way radio to be on a witness stand, did you? You were expecting a person, huh? My name is Kelly the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here, Your Honor? How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what the urgent phone call that he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I can't allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Kelly the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! Oh, boys. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objection to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Kelly the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, doesn't seem like we have too many choices under the circumstances, so... no then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Go. Now then, we have answered that. Let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes? That's it. A bad dream. Shelly the killer. What is he going to say? Well, my client. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. Oh, I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? No, Your Honor. I mean, yes, Your Honor. I am talking to a two-way radio here. There's no way to know what's coming next. So stay cool and collected, Phoenix. You ready to cross-examine this two-way radio? "2020 be like." Well, let's see. I think this game, in general, takes place in 2022. I think. No. DL6 takes place in 2001. 10 years after would be 2011. So this game takes place in 2012. The trust between you and your client. I prove my service in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my client are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it'd be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before. But if it ever did, yes, that person would be my next client for very long. Or wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly That's enough. Please no more. Very well. It was only an hypothetical anyway. That seemed a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now? Excuse me, but would you care to die? Die? Die. No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Okay. Oh. You on your tablet now? You probably want to unplug your monitor. If your monitor just went out, you might not have a surge protection. Okay. If you can still use it, use it. But I would suggest to make sure you shut that down and then unplug it after the stream or something like that. Alright, you can continue. If your power is starting to run out, the monitor can just go off. We have 4 testimonies left. This one and 3 more. I actually don't have a choice but to finish it now. Okay, you always have your tablet. Can your tablet run the stream? Okay. Alright, well then we'll make it as quick as we can. I'll make this one easier on you. I'm gonna go back 2 statements. Because we don't need to press that last one. So we are gonna press this one for you. Trust between you and your client. I provide my service in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my client are discreet about me and my identity. These are the roles and duties as an assassin and his clients are to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. Now, see why I went back to the second statement? You've seen what the first press looked like. This is the second time pressing this statement, and it is completely different. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relations with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason why I'm here. Okay. Last statement will now be revealed. Now then, I do believe it is about time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What?
Objection!
Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. Well, what's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Madden Guard, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who submitted this witness. Kirk? Grr. You, Shelly DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Madden Guard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is to help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has indeed provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself that the name of his client, Mr. DeKiller's client, was who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No! With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Madden Guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue discussion and call me when you have reached the verdict. Bailiff, Please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. But now, with the way this is going, and guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And in guard, my client, I know he's guilty. I can't live with myself if I win this. Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Charlie the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me! Listen everyone, please! The testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife in the bun, donning this nickel samurai costume, but that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead. I know. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for my final words, for any final words or opinion. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw the chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix. I can't do it, Leo. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But man guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than a guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. That is because of Edgeworth, that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten in guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. Defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Oh, am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job is done here. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. Trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has the verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this client. That is how things are, usually done. What is he talking about, usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client part 2. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that one Karita was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife in the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broke the rules. This is the most unexpected turn of events for the fifth time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Objection!
Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have to have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in this also beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Okay. This testimony does not require any pressing. I would think that most people would be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I would be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. The Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being there. So, you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you, I have no intention of using your service ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. That should have gave you a clue, Di. So, why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. Business card is so my client may escape blame. To protect them in my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in, you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new light, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. But you really know. I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Alright, you know what statement it is. No, this one. Remember, when you pressed it, this statement, Edgeworth said, "That's odd." So this is how you know that that's the statement. And there's one piece of evidence that will help you with this one. So, she came into the room, she poured the glass of tomato juice. She set it on the dresser. Did she already know that Juan Carita was dead when she walked in the room? What picture? This is a poster. This is a guide map. Okay, So, what piece of evidence will prove that she didn't know Juan Carita was killed?
Objection!
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What is the meaning of this attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' collective calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyways, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyways, I am positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking. This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my service on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistake. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Okay. The guy says there is one statement that is crucial to press. Did you ask why on the specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only have my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are those suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm pretty sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in one curator's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside the figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all. That is correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now of any importance? Actually, no. Because it's something that we already knew. This piece of testimony is actually something that's already been documented in evidence and previous other statements. Yes. So, we can't use this statement. Okay? What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor. I don't think it's very important. Well then, witness, please continue. So, you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with that brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always met my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now of any importance? Now, it's something that he's already stated, so. Why he met his client is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my question. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. it was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Actually, this one is going to be important. This one is what we're going to be needing. And you'll understand why. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. Now think about what he said. But as we know now, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turns out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you are correct. So, I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Wow, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Okay. So read that statement and tell me what's wrong with it. What doesn't make sense about the statement? Because maybe he did meet the person face to face. We don't know that. But if he met the person face to face, what did he make a mistake on? So what are we going to use to present in this statement? No. Because we're talking about Adrian Andrews right now. Matt's not going to help us. One's dead. We're talking to the butler. We're talking to the butler. They do, I know. Yeah, these people are identical. So we're talking about Adrian Andrews, okay? And you got the point down that he said him. What's the problem? You tell me, what's the problem? Oh, you might want to check your spelling for Adrian.
Objection!
I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at the time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up about her. So what is the issue? What did you say again now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh. Order. Order in court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? Dias probably is like, did the two-way radio just broke? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his client when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Ms. Adrian Andrews. Now we have a sweating two-way radio. It's sweating grease.
Mr. Edwards, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unlikely for Mr. the Killer. The entire time he was on stand, no one has stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer? This court demands an explanation. I think I must have mixed up this client with another. So, does this mean that you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you'll allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Request taking part. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by name. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one Frida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name of the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break this assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Alright. One crucial statement for this one. And why would you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times. And now take requests via electronic mail and voice calls. Electronic mail, voice calls? Do you have to mail that in a specific insulated envelope? And what's with this voice call thingy? Oh, I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? And a constant of mimicry, the judge would be impaired hands down. Anyways, so you took this job without having met your client, and two or three other things? Yes. And what were those other things? A few other things that I have nothing to do, that has nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Alright. Nope, we're gonna press. Regardless of what that statement said, we're gonna press him further. Are you afraid of the assassin? Are you afraid to get killed by the assassin? Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are plotting to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one, wait. Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I have to think, is this worth pursuing? Yes, we're going to keep pressing. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it is truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find the figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was the figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information surely sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony, as you wish. One of those was to find the bear figurine to give it to Agent Andrews. I found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know something in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you wanted to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what? Dr. Wright? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at the Engard mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. So you have two pieces of evidence that you can present. But you can only present one. I think you respite. If you're thinking of receipt, R-E-C-E-I-P-T, no, because that proves that man guard bought this bear. But these are the two that you're gonna pick. Which one do you want to pick? Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? Let's see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? And do I need to pack a suitcase? You can say this. Yep, Judge, go pack your suitcase and we'll tell you where we're going. Then we'll drop you off and then we're going to leave you on an island. Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to return it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order. So, that's where you two were going. So, by the fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! And the two-way radio breaks again. Order! 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 Mr. Phoenix Wright! I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
Hold it!
No, please! Not that! Please wait! Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimonies, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edward, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, the prosecution, what has come over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day that this is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here right now, then your client Vanguard will be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Andrews would be charged with murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Vanguard to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has ran out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charges of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ha. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have. Giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring breeze, crap? Just an atrocious as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyways, get on with it, and for Now it's my innocence already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life?
You better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. But I say he's innocent. Then Miss Andrews will be charged with the murder. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Mattengard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Mattengard, is... Kind of. It kind of matters because it reflects your choices at the end of this. So it kind of. But it also doesn't matter because regardless of what you choose, the game is going to continue. So, yes and no. You're going to choose not guilty. Okay. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Mattengard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Mattengard is...
Objection!
Franziska von Karma. What are you... Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? Final pieces? Did you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. A fine karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I've fought long and hard this whole time. All for what is inside that ragged coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final piece of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What?
Objection!
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does the pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistic test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's probably not going to help us very much. Pistol added to the court record. Second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from the Engard mansion. Have you checked the contents of the tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man. Videotape added to the court record. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure we were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these three things do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I know it. There's no such thing as a miracle. And in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make the miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are two ways out of this situation for us. Two? The first. Making guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. Second way, force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix. Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix. The judge says he doesn't need the evidence. That's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge? We have seen all the pieces of evidence. That is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Objection!
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not asking. I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
Objection!
That's impossible to turn this situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. Let's try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking and guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? Alright, who would we like to show evidence to? Okay. Well, there's only one person we can think of. No. Matt's already seen the evidence. We're talking about somebody who hasn't seen the evidence. Alright. Let's see. And no. Tell the court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. There is only one piece of evidence that the killer has not seen. We haven't technically seen it either, but we know the content of this evidence. The killer does not. And it is, no. No. It is only with the three evidence that was presented in court just recently. There's one piece of evidence that the killer knows nothing about. Okay? He may have seen it, but he knows nothing about the evidence. No, he knows the evidence. He wore the outfit. He knows everything about the uniform. Everything about the uniform.
Take that!
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the receiver from earlier, or transceiver from earlier. Alright, it looks like I managed to convince them. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect the videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it. So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. See? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Who? Who is it that planted a camera? Well, the one and only who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. Well, that was Agent Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? Why? I would like to know why. Why did Vanguard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime. You already know the answer to this, don't you? Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all, assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this videotape to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Kelly the Killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes. By a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if the traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the end of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I see to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you the precious item. What the? I'm not an item! My, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. God! Was Mr. Uncover? What is that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Engard, looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the equality you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, the man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Please, whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief.
Alright. So,
Madam Guard, even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Get me! As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. See? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edwards, always man in guard. I have left Miss Von Calmer in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how would I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, That's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you use your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I have felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. You were great out there, Phoenix. What did I do out there that was right? What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Manengard, is, and this is why I told you, this your decision technically matters. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those are your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, missing Maya safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick! Ow! She punches definitely hard for a kid! A pearl punch. I believe in you. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you will ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself about a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book. And so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. Felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by the person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as you should have. Hey Michael. Who's calling you a scumbag? A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay? We'll leave that be. You don't have to bring him up again. Okay? But that was not what happened. Well, I appreciate it. So, we'll move on from it. We won't have to worry about discussing it in the future, okay? After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was in the moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we tend to attack the defendant. But every time we do so,
Objection!
no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? Doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. That's never easy. We claw and scratch for each inch. But we'll always eventually reach the one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you. You betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over. So let's go through something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll help it stays that way. But you got a lot of work on your end. Trust me, it'll get better. I'll return this to the print seat later. There's something else. Ah, isn't this Miss Von Karma's web? I'll never step foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this section. Okay. Yep. You should probably play the Ace Attorney games if you have not played yet. Because here's one thing the reason why I think you should play it. Start with the first one. Imagine yourself in Miles Edgeworth's shoes. Imagine Jose in Phoenix Wright's shoes. You'll see what I mean. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Mama. Maya! Missing Maya! Missing Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Well, we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost to Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? It takes a lot. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm really girl, right? Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from what it was a year ago. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starving! I haven't eaten for 3 whole days! I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. Gatewater Hotel. Hotel lobby. Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? Y'all did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was going to give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, I was more exciting. It was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, you might just kick it. Tonight, even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather around. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating. So let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know what? You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Oh, me? You really think so? Yeah, he's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's Oh, wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There's a 4th item? Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But, ooh boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days? Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyways. Ah. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? Oh, this thing is picking something up. Oh, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver! Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. No, it's working as intended. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can get them to express how I feel. Die. I'm gonna make this decision for you. You don't care, right? But I bet you were gonna probably present this anyways, right?
Take that!
What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Huh? Yes, Curly? I guess you two can go back to be lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me! Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles now. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It's better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? 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 Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? 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 Isn't that great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? You don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. All right then, if you say so.
Objection!
All right, what did you think of that game? You liked it? Do you like it this better than the first one, or do you like the first one better than this one? So, what are some of your favorite cases from this one? You like the last one. Seeing that this is one of my least favorite games out of the Ace Attorney series, I do like the last case. Actually, to be honest with you, I like the last case of every Phoenix Wright game. The first one, I have to exclude Rise from the Ashes because it's not a traditional last case. Not a traditional last case. That was something that they added later. And Turnabout Goodbyes is the original last case for the first game. Which I still like that, which I enjoy that case a lot. In this one, I do enjoy the last case. When you see the next one, it will probably be your favorite. And I've played every single Ace Attorney game that's released. Even one that has not been translated over here in the US. I played them all, and Trials and Tribulation is still my favorite out of the entire series, and you'll find out why. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take about a week break from this. I am going to, we're going to stream Da Hack on Wednesday. And then we're going to turn around and stream one day of it on Monday and then one day on Wednesday. And the following week, we will do Trials and Tribulations. So, Trials and Tribulation on the Game Boy Advance is technically the longest. Oh, and we gotta do this. We have to do this one. Because of that whip that I gave Edgeworth, we get a final ending. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, Gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his, I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in it here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you gonna do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me? I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right? You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me. After I have left you behind all these years. That's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, This last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Unfortunately, that's the last time you're ever going to see it. You're not ever going to see it again. The writers completely forgot about it. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the only Ace Attorney game that I know that has that type of ending to it. Alright. This stream's almost 7 hours long. I told you that I was going to finish this game up. And I wanted to get it done and over with. And sometimes that happens with visual novels. So I hope you yes, it was long. Usually when I do the last part, it'll take that long because how they have done, how it's all set up and stuff, they're inconsistent. The timings for them things are inconsistent. I would never do the last chapter by itself because then I would end up having a short stream. I would sooner take a longer stream than creating a shorter stream. And the simple fact is, I get more watch time this way. And Mike, so far with the way my videos has gone, sure, if I make short videos and stuff like that, more people is going to watch them. But the algorithm that YouTube has is a crappy algorithm. So short videos, if I uploaded a short video, half the time it's not going to get shown until that algorithm recalculates over. So with the football that I have onto this, I'm trying to break the algorithm. And by posting all the football games, I will break the algorithm to show them up in searches if people start watching. If you're someone that watches a whole bunch of Madden games and stuff like that, guess what? My football games are going to show up in the algorithm. And because that's your primary focus, the football games are going to generate more traction. So, yeah. So, when people finally sees the channel, I gain more subscribers. I see that I'm back to 760 again. I believe that I had lost a previous subscription before because, well, one person came in. I'm pretty sure they got upset. They found out that they no longer can chat. But that happens. But that's the reason why I'm doing the football thing, and I'm going to primarily focus with that. I'm still going to do other games. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to still do other games. I still want to keep the audience that I have that will watch all the other games that we do. But I also want to generate an audience that wants to watch the football. And since I do like the older Madden games, and I hope they don't ask me to play the recent Madden games, and I'll tell them no. Until EA starts changing the games and make them what they were back then. Well, we're still working with it, okay? So Tara is waiting to get a SSD, external SSD, to put the game on, so that we can move everything. We can move everything on, so she can move everything on there. I do have a copy of the game. I do have the copy of the build. I have to move everything on an SSD as well. So I can't really do a whole lot as well. So we have, and what we plan on doing is also create a copy, like on the cloud service, and hopefully people who have access to the cloud service can actually access the file itself and then start creating maps directly on it. Okay? That way we will take less time building, and it should be able to. That means you wouldn't have to worry about posting your maps on the Discord server. They'll go directly onto the game itself, and then I can monitor what's on there. So every time you download the game and you update it back onto the cloud, and what do you mean? They will. No, if you download the game, download the game, and you add stuff to it and upload it back onto the cloud, then Tara or myself can access it. So that way we can take a look at it. We can make changes if it doesn't work out right. The same with Phoenix. He would have to have access to it, and it would save us time because he will make the map, and then we can make changes to the map as he creates it. So that way he doesn't have to go through this process of recreating the map and stuff like that. That means if you see one of Phoenix maps on there and you don't like the way it looks, you can change it. Okay, so that's how I'm hoping to have it done, so it can be created faster. So, but first, everything's got to be, yes, basically. So everything still has to be on a SSD for backup, because for whatever reason, if the cloud service ends up going down and stuff like that, we still need to have access to the game. We still have to have access to the files. And an SSD should never fail. Okay, an SSD should never fail. So putting it on an SSD, we have the proper we don't have to worry about it failing. I was thinking about putting on a one of these micromedias, like the flash drives and discs and stuff like that, and SD cards. Recreating large maps can be hard, yes, but it's also time consuming, okay? very time consuming. And if the 2024 date does not work out, I can also postpone it because that's the year I posted. Okay? Because I'm hoping it would be finished by then. But even if it gets finished and it's late in Christmas, then we'll be able to release it. We'll be able to make some money. But we've had issues with flash drives, SD cards not working. And after a while, flash drives, SD cards, discs, they end up corrupting. They can corrupt. And if you own a system that takes memory cards were also prone to corrupt as well. So that's why we were thinking of SSDs, so that we don't run the risk of corruption or failing to get them to work when buying them. SD cards and flash drives are usually better for smaller medias, such as I keep the Shadow the Hedgehog backed up on SD cards because it's technically a smaller file compared to a video game. Alright, at this late of hour, I don't think I'm going to actually raid. The only reason why that is I don't have the energy just to go and raid somebody this late. I know there's one person that's probably streaming right now, but this is actually pretty late. And raiding at this time isn't that good. Because people want to go to bed. They don't want to go into another stream and watch that stream. So I hope you understand. Yes, it is. It's 3:05 a.m. But even people that in your time zone, they don't want to go to another stream at 2 in the morning. I know one streamer that's streaming at this hour, and I think you can probably guess. Matter of fact, you can actually take a look at your YouTube notifications and actually see who's streaming. Hey, Light Gazer, nice to see ya. You've been lurking the entire stream. I know this already. Thank you for lurking. No? You weren't lurking the whole stream? Were you, You just got here. You've seen the ending of it, huh? Well, I appreciate you being here anyways. I do thank you for the like. If you just came here to drop a like, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, that's who I was referring to. Yes. Yeah, I finished Justice for All tonight. It took me a little less than 7 hours. And this little girl seems to have liked Justice for All. And I can almost guarantee you that she's going to like Trials and Tribulations. I seen that he was playing it. Which one is he playing right now? Or is he not playing one? Because a lot of people is probably playing the Apollo Justice trilogy. Final Fantasy VII. Right, Rebirth. Everybody's playing Rebirth because it had recently came out a few days ago. Friday, I think it was, wasn't it? Thursday or Friday, somewhere around that. One of those days it came out on those days. You really want me to raid die? Alright. If you really want me to raid. Force of habit. Alright. Well. Let's see if the let's see if the YouTube gods will provide me a link. Sometimes they don't like to provide links and notifications. Let me check in the restream section because I think I know I am subscribed to it. Wow. I am. Alright. There you are. How come I didn't find you before? I cannot miss your profile because it's an all white background. How did I miss you the first time? Alright. Alright. You guys can go ahead and I'll stop in for about a few minutes and I probably will just